Hamburger. Orada. Good morning.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the final round of the Effervescence Summer Drift Series. We are here at 360 Motorsports Parkway, and we are going to have an absolute heater of an event. So far from practice, it looks like we have a lot of drivers that are pushing to the absolute edge of the track, and it's going to be interesting to see how things turn out. But we would not have this whole event together if we did not have our sponsors, both Vozon and ESDA. And a huge shout out to all of the drivers and all of the teams for showing up all season and putting on a show for all of you guys. And first, we're going to go through a quick course breakdown. So for this course, we have a very interesting layout. We start at the start light, or at the starting line, which is right after this large circular, or this large 360 that we have in the track. Through the whole first corner of the track, that is a no drift zone. We do not want the drivers drifting in that section of the track at all. And then after we get through there is another line that is that restart line. Anything past that restart line, and it is game over for you. But we have a huge Monzi initiation into the first clipping zone, which is right there in the middle of the track. The drivers come through after that, hold it out to the edge of the track without dropping a tire off the edge of the track. That will come into play a lot today. But they come in, hit the zone, quick flick back. We do allow, or the drivers are allowing left foot braking throughout the course because it is a very tight technical course, and you do need quite a few you do need some decels to make it through this course in one piece. But quick little left foot brake and decel into the second outside zone, which is going to be that big sweeper on the backside of the course. Then as they come through that second outside zone, they come out for a quick flick past that tire wall all the way around into that third outside clip. From that third outside clip, they're going to ride the wall all the way around the entire circle, keeping it outside the whole way without pushing too far to the edge of the course, because that wall will bite back. But after that, there's another fifth outside clip just past the circle. We're going to have the drivers touch that outside clip, swing it back around, little decel before coming into that last outside zone. They're going to hit that last outside zone, carry it all the way down the hill, and push all the way through to the finish line. We will be having a interesting set of battles from the looks of it. But that's enough yickety yak from me. I'm joined by my co-host Urban, as always.
Good morning, everyone.
And we will be your guides through today's festivities. Yep, and from the looks of it, we are locked and loaded and getting ready to line up our first set of drivers on the line. If my map would pull up. Yeah, I'm trying to get my map to work.
Okay, so we saw our first run from Jacob Hudgens, completing the first buy run. And now we have our second battle, which is going to be in between Inur Sambayev and Ivan Samarin. By the looks of it, Inur is already in the starting line, but Ivan is nowhere to be seen.
And once again, the drivers do have a certain amount of time before, or to get to the light before they are deemed as not present and disqualified from their run. And hopefully we don't have this early on in the competition a situation where we're going to have a driver disqualified for not showing up. But from the looks of it, we might just be seeing a very interesting turn of events coming up. Ivan has 2 minutes to get to the track. We're going to see if he is here and if he's gotten himself situated enough to come out onto the track. But from the looks of it, we might be having another early buy run. And this is not the way that you want to win. The points are always nice, but almost every driver wants to at least be able to say, I beat that other driver with my skill and not because he didn't show up. But as the clock ticks, time keeps going, and he is running out of time to make it to the start line.
I don't think he's gonna show up, to be honest.
From the looks of it.
Yeah, 2 minutes might be over soon.
Yep. I think the 2 minutes is up.
So then we have a buy run again.
Ilner in his team race plate JZX 100 will be getting a buy run as he comes around through the first corner going into that Manji zone, goes pretty far out into that zone, swinging it back around as he comes pretty deep into that second outside zone, coming around to the third touch and go. He feels all of it pushing out to the wall in that fourth outside zone as he's getting right to the edge of the track. Can he hold it in for that fifth outside clip? Yes, he can, as he swings it around all the way into the last outside zone, right on the edge of the track the whole way through. He was not playing any games today. He said, if nobody else is gonna show, I'm still gonna party.
Exactly. This was a pretty decent buy run from Hilner because he had no pressure on his shoulders. He just had to complete the run, basically do a practice run to get in a flow, to feel the energy of the top 16, which he's advancing right now.
And the judges have said that Ilner will be going on as Santiago in his team ACDC new Nissan Z is pulling up to the line, getting ready to put down a lax run.
This is not quite the final round that everyone was expecting because there are, I believe, 13 buy rounds in the top 32. So it's going to be pretty quick.
And with as many people missing as it seems we're gonna have, we might not really get any good battles out of top 32. Well, and he was a little late to fire off the line, but he's coming through to that Monty zone, firing off the tires real quick, hitting that outside clip, really letting it float out into that second outside zone, swinging it back around to the third touch and go as he pushes into that tire wall of outside zone 4. Continuing around, going deep into outside clip 5 as he throws more angle at it, just pushing on the edge of that white line for outside zone 6 as he comes across the line clean.
This was a pretty nice buy run as well. If we are going to see lead runs like this in the top 16, this is going to be a banger of a round.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how well they can continue putting down these lead runs when there's a chaser behind them.
Yeah, right now there's no pressure, but when there's going to be another car behind you, the pressure might be there and it might force you some mistakes, which is going to be really bad because the track is super bumpy and it can really throw your line off. We have Felipe Santos. Yeah, Felipe Santos continuing his buy run.
Big flick initiation as he cuts that zone a little bit short, kind of misses outside clip 1, pushing in outside clip 3 as he fills all of that zone, kind of wavering a little bit in that outside zone 4, trying to hold that car back as he throws more angle at it through outside clip 5, pushing into that last outside zone, into the last outside clip as he pulls that 360.
Very nice, as the track name is 360 Motorsport Park, so why not do some fun stuff, you know?
Throw down a little bit, something extra. Give the fans a show.
As he advances to the top 16, and the next buy run is going to be Hassan Selig, but we will wait for the next group to join first.
And that was an interesting buy run from Felipe Santos. He's been having a real up and down season this year, it seems. He's a man who can wheel that car around like nobody's business when he's on, but he's not always on. And case in point with that last run, it was a decently put together, nice, safe run, but throughout that first half of the run, he was wavering around. The car was real skittish, trying to fall in and out of the zone. You had to see him, or you saw him doing a lot of left foot braking, just trying to hold that car back into the zone. It's going to be interesting to see how he recovers from that going into top 16.
Looks like some of the drivers are already loaded on the server.
And we have our driver pulling up to the line.
Warming up some tires, doing some skids. Figuring out if the tune is the correct one that he loaded, and sitting on the starting line.
And on the looks of it, we have Max Jagger from Team Freerider in his F22 coming around into that first Manji zone. Big flick, holds it out there long, really floating the car out there as he pushes all the way deep into that second outside zone, hitting that outside clip on the third zone. As he touches the wall, and those tires will really come to bite back on you. They suck you in like nobody's business.
I mean, this just shows how really hard this track is. It's really not forgiving because there is like bumps everywhere, which might throw you off if you're going to be really aggressive on the lead. So you might need to watch out in some spots on the track where the tire wall is getting very close to the rear bumper.
And that tire wall is so difficult. That's probably one of the more difficult segments of the course because it is so difficult to judge how far off of the wall you actually are. And that zone is so tight that you can barely see anything going on. And you're either right on that razor's edge between touching the wall and filling that zone, or you're not in the zone fully. As we have Gandhi May and Team Freerider in his RBS15 coming through, firing off a little bit of a tame initiation from him as he comes through, filling all of that second outside zone, flicking it big into that outer clip, and filling all of outside zone 4, pushing on the walls, getting deep. He could be a little bit deeper, but he hits that outside clip 5 as he comes around into the last outside zone. All the way in there, got both wheels in as he just wraps it around and puts a little bow on it, wrapping up that run nice and neat.
Beautiful run. I think if there was a bit more commitment on the Manji initiation, it would be like a 95 plus because he just put insane angle on all the parts of the track. Except the initiation, which could be a bit more angle. It was quite shallow, but I really like his run.
And we're going to see if that's a tactic that he runs throughout the rest of this event, because he could have gone a little bit more aggressive, but that was a nice tame run. And it looked like it was calculated. Like he was just trying to make sure he makes it through and can figure out the edges of the track and things of that nature.
But up next is Hassan Salik in his RB30 S15, pulling to the line, ready to be go.
And he is one of the most fun drivers to watch on grid on any given night. He can come out and put down something that you didn't think that you were going to see out of or on a random everyday competition as he comes through, fires off a tame initiation, but big angle, really hanging it out there in that outside zone too. Nice and snappy into that touch and go, coming around in outside zone 4, just about dragging the wing on the wall as he over angles a little bit and comes a little shallow in that zone, coming into that last outside zone, putting his tire on the edge of that zone as he wraps it back around for a nice clean run.
Exactly. It was pretty much the same as Gandhi did previous run, but I think there was a bit of a bubble and over rotation coming out of the 360.
Yeah, and
overall this was a very nice run.
Yeah, that was a nice clean run, and I did see that little correction over rotation to pull him out of the zone in outer 4. We'll see if he makes that, or if that's a consistent mistake people are going to be making, or if that was just a one-time thing. As we have Benjikin from Team Freerider in his F-22 pulling up to the line.
Sitting real far behind. Not sure if he knows where the starting line is.
It's a lot. Maybe he's getting adjusted to a staggered start. We saw a lot of drivers doing the staggered start. And then the last round, as he goes for a big flick into that first outside clip, pushing in the outside zone to running a nice mid-line through the zone, flicking smooth back, barely on the edge of that outside clip, as he's using that left foot brake to push himself deeper into outside zone 4. Wrapping it around into that outside clip 5 as he goes into outside zone 6. Riding a nice, decent line, nice and safe, pushing through to over the finish line.
Beautiful run. He really didn't overcome his expectations because he was doing a real nice and safe lead. Didn't really overcommit on the zones, no overcommitment on the angle. Just finished the round pretty safely, and this might be enough in the future to advance to the next bracket round. But good job from Benjikan, doing a really safe round. Really like that.
That is the one word I would use to describe that run as well, is safe. No real risk taken. He just kind of filled the course as best as he could in the spots that he needed to and kept it moving. As our next driver is Liam Akihiko from Team Hashira in his GR86. And he's, from the looks of it, scrubbing in his front tires a little bit, trying to get some heat in them so that he's not running on completely cold tires.
Exactly. The biggest difficulty on bumpy tracks is the front grip. Trying to not understeer a lot. But
as he fires around through this first corner, little bit of a hesitation in there, but he did a big flick, big transition as he pushes all the way out to the edge of that track, coming into that outside clip, pushing on the wall, absolutely all the way out in the zone, far as you can see, as he throws more angle at it through that outside clip, pushing into that last full outside zone. One wheel just riding the edge of that line as he kicks up that gravel machine gun, coming over the finish line.
showing the 360 as well. Real nice run. This was like 99% perfect. If he could have committed a bit more on the initiation, in my opinion, but the rest of the run looked just perfection.
And it's always the battle of that last little 1% of being on the edge or being in the grass. And
he was filling the roundabout pretty nicely. But now we have our first battle between Tyler Duck and Kevin of Statek.
Tyler in the N2 from Team Awake, and Kevin in the A90 from Team Freerider, as we have them firing off. Let's see if Kevin can keep up as they flick big time into that second outside zone, coming over that third outside clip as Kevin is getting a little bit of a gap pulled on him. He's trying to cut the line and push back in as he's bathing in the smoke back there. Tyler just on the edge of the course. That man is possessed, on rails, some might say, as he pushes over the finish line.
My goodness, that was a beautiful lead. might be the best we have seen so far today. But
First battle of the day, and it's smack your mama in the mouth good. As we
Kevin
back
wasn't
around.
letting Tyler really push far away from him, but
Tyler wouldn't let him
Even
close
though
that door
Tyler-
either.
yeah, let's see
Kevin-
the swept positions.
And Kevin was pulling a lot of angle out of that car just to keep up with Tyler. He's got that car set up quick as they fire off on a green or through the green light, wrapping around. Tyler and Kevin initiates, gets all the way out there a little bit too deep into that second outside zone, but Tyler giving him the space, not trying too hard to get that full proximity, not cutting the angle like Kevin did, but he is still staying in this fight somewhat as he transitions into that last outside zone, firing through the smoke, and he's pushing it. Kevin had a pretty good lead run. That second outside zone, he looked like he went a hair too deep, just pushing a little bit too hard, trying to suck Tyler into that deep water. But it was a good battle, an interesting battle to say the least.
What a battle, as it was our first battle in the top 32, but let's see the votes. 1 judge, 2 judge for Tyler Duck. Let's see, and 3 votes for Tyler Duck, who's officially advancing to the top 16. Good job from him, really nice lead.
And that was a fun set of battles. Kyle, it was interesting to see the difference in style between the two, whereas Kevin was trying more to get proximity and match the line, whereas Tyler went for line and angle while still staying in the fight, and that just shows how quick that car is set up.
The judges are saying Tyler had a bit more consistent chase, which means that he was following his line and angle better than what Kevin did. He was cutting a bit of angle and line, but we now have Kyle Puia doing his byron.
Is he gonna go for a big flick? Yes, he is. As he hangs it all the way out there in that second outside zone, coming back around, barely missing that tire wall, swinging back around into that fourth outside zone, pushing it all the way out there, just seeing him moving and grooving through that fourth outside zone as he comes around into the sixth outside zone, barely hanging on to the edge of that course as he swings it back around over the finish line.
Very nice byron. Maybe he shouldn't be that super deep on the zones because he dropped quite a lot of one tire drops in some places, but overall this was a very consistent run from him.
But the tire drops were interesting to see how he was able to pull them off. He managed to just in certain spots it looked like he only dropped a singular tread of tire. And that
pushing it to the curb or the extension on the track, which really shows the aggression, which the judges really like to see, but only at the point where you're staying on the track and not dropping a tire.
As we have Logan Mishi from Team Hashira and his A90 Supra firing off a bit of a tame initiation as he hangs out there a little bit too much, dropping that tire in that second outside zone, swinging it back around for the fourth outside zone as he's doing a bit of wavering. He's jumping around a little bit, not really holding the car at angle, barely clips that last outside clipping, or that fifth outside clipping zone as he comes through over the line, not really filling all the zones all the way like he was supposed to. But that was a nice, safe run to get you through in the top 16.
But these are not quite the runs that we want to see, because wobbling and wavering on the run is really hard to chase, which can throw off the chaser car in the future. So the judges want to see the drivers do a clean run without any bobbles, without any mistakes, not dropping one or possibly two tires at some zones, filling it nicely and consistently. But Logan should clean it up in the future a bit, and it's going to be very, very difficult to beat.
If he can clean that up and get the consistency back in where he's had it at throughout most of this year, he's going to be a tough man to beat, especially on this course. If he can get down that razor's edge that he's had this whole time and just put the car right on the edge of the course and just pull it back that 0.5%, he's going to be the man to beat for this event.
I mean, everyone who's participating in these type of races and events are possible winners. Everyone could take the first place in any time of the day, because these drivers are just masters on the sim.
And the amount of time it takes to get to this level is not to be understated. These drivers do work quite a
They have
bit.
hundreds, like even thousands of hours on the simulator, perfecting it every single day, and it really shows the result when the drivers can put these type of runs for us to watch and for the people to get entertained.
As we have our next driver pulling up to the line for the next buy run of the top 32, Brett Ortega. As he comes down through that no drift zone, firing off, big flick from Brett early off, firing off the tires, filling all of that second outside zone, really pushing to the edge of the track, trying to hang it out there as he hits that third outside clip. Coming into the outside zone 4, he is on a tear, filling that outside clip as he comes into outside zone 6, really pushing it to the edge of the track. Brett Ortega did not come to play today.
For sure he did not. I think when he was setting up his car for this track, he was thinking like, how much speed do I want? Yes. How much angle do I want? Yes. All of them. He put an absolute banger of a lead run. All the angle, all the speed, everything was perfect.
He's been seeing that speed that some of the other drivers have had, like Hassan and Liam, and he said, I'm not getting gapped again. That he does not care who the driver is. He wants their door. As we are currently waiting for Jacob Dutton to pull up to the line. Saeed from in his Team Tigers PS13 already on the line, ready to absolutely put the hammer down today.
So this is going to be our second battle this day, the top 32. And it looks like the judges gave Jacob a 2-minute cooldown to join the server and go to the starting line. to start their battle, but Saif is just sitting there alone, thinking, where should I commit more? Where should I add a bit more angle? Where should I dive into the door of the lead car in the future? Because this track can make the drivers think real hard where to commit, where to back up, and be safe, be aggressive. It's a really, really technical track.
We have a lot of big cars on the grid, so these little bits of strategy, these little moments of strategizing can really make a difference in the long run. And from the looks of it, Jacob has one more minute to pull up to the line before he will be disqualified.
Looks like he might not show up today, the top 32. So the second battle turns into another bye run.
And we have had a real interesting top 32 so far, where we've had one battle and the rest of top 32 was bye runs. But we're gonna send the driver as he comes through that first no drift zone, doing a bit of a safe initiation, not a quick, snappy initiation like we've been seeing from some of the drivers, but he fills that second outside zone, touching the rumble strip as he fires around into the fourth outside zone. Really trying to really doing a lot of left foot braking to hold the car in the zone as he pushes around for that touch and go. Swinging it back around, dropping a little bit of tire as he swings around into that last full outside zone and hits the last outside clip as he swings it back around over the finish line.
Very nice run from Saif Mahdi. Could clean up the angle and the speed in some places, but overall this was a pretty nice and safe run. Not much bobbles, very consistent speed. Could have used a bit less foot brake, but overall this was pretty safe and pretty chaseable. Up next is Rick Spencer, completing the second to last bye run today in the top 32, already lined up on the starting line.
And Rick has been on a tear this year, absolutely putting down the hammer as he fires big flick initiation over that line. A little bit of left foot brake going into that outside zone as he rides the edge of the course, swinging it back around, hitting that touch and go, pushing all the way out to the edge of that fourth outside zone, really holding the car at angle as he hits that that touch and go, pushing it, dropping a little bit of tire on that last outside zone as he throws a little bit more angle at it and hits the last outside clip going over the finish line.
Another really nice and safe run from Rick Spencer, who I just call the king of consistency these days, because the last couple of runs he's been putting down pretty consistent and similar runs in every part of the event. Top 32, 16, he's been doing very nicely. And again, we saw a pretty safe run from him. But up next is our last run in the top 32, Charlie Thompson, already lined up.
I question the safeness of these runs. This would be the time to throw caution to the wind and really test out where the edge of the track is, where the edge of what you can hold on in a battle is that way you're not feeling like you're behind the 8 ball going into the chase or going into the lead and really having to throw down something that you're not comfortable with. But the driver, Charlie, is firing off the line, lighting off the tires early, going for a big flick initiation, just about a backy through the zone. As he wraps it back around, can he hold this together and finish the run? As he pushes all the way to the outside of that 4th outside zone, wrapping it back around, touches the 5th outside touch and go as he comes around into that 6th outside zone, really riding the edge of the track. And that's what I wanted to see.
My goodness, what a run.
Throw it with some reckless abandon. If you've got, since we've had nothing but top 32 buy runs minus the one battle, this is the time to get saucy with it. Leave something extra on the track. Put it all out there. Let it all hang out. Because all you've got to do is make it across the start line and across the finish line. But he really came out and put everything he had on the track.
Getting really excited, but very reasonably, because this was the closest to the perfect run we saw. The commitment on the initiation is just masterclass. I think we saw a bit of bubble on the second transition, trying to push the car on the outside of the track with the left brake. But apart from that little tiny mistake, the run was just masterclass. It was really fun to watch, and if we are going to see runs like this in the top 16, it's going to be a heater.
And if that is any type of indication of the closeness of the battles that we're going to be getting, I think this is going to be the best round yet.
Might be.
The question of inevitably falls to you now. If the drivers can keep up this level of driving, if they can continue to push it how they've been doing, but from the looks of it, we are getting ready for our next group, which will be the start of the top 16.
First up is Jacob Hudgens and Junior Sambaya.
So we will be going on a brief break to let the judges process what happened in the top 32, get everybody sorted and situated so that we can come back fresh fit. We're going to do a quick 2-minute break just to make sure that everybody's fresh fit and realigned, and get back to you with the top 16 of our last round of the Summer Series of the EF Drift Series. And welcome back to the final round of the EF Summer Series Drift event sponsored by Boson and ESDA. We are here at 360 Motorsports Parkway for the top 16, and we had an interesting top 32 to say the least. We had quite a few buy runs coming into this round, and again, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not we have a definitive champion coming into or going out of this round, because the top four in the championship standings are all separated by 50 points. We have Jacob, who is in first place after last round. We have Liam, second place after last round. We have Jack Lai, who is in third place after last round. First, second, and third are 250, 230, and 210 respectively. And then we have Brandon Shorten, the underdog, coming in fourth place with 200 points. And all four of them are still nipping at each other's heels, just really fighting for that pole position to see who's going to come out on top of this championship podium.
It can be anyone at this point.
And with Brandon not showing up this round, it will definitely hurt him. Jacob, first place in points here today, still in the runnings. Liam, second place, still in the running. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, what type of what type of eventualities are going to unfold.
It would be sick to see like J-Dub and Liam finals this round.
That would be fire.
It would be the cherry on top.
And given the fact that both Brett and Max, or Brett Ortega and Max Jagger, are both sitting at 150 points, depending on how far they are able to go in this competition, you could see them shaking up a few standings. And given the... We got our judges back? Alright, looks like we are just about ready to send them. But given the fact that our third and fourth place aren't here, it'll be interesting to see what happens as we send the drivers right through that first initiation. Big flip from the lead car as they're struggling a little bit in the chase to actually hold that car back there. A lot of left foot braking action as you see them going wheel to wheel, bumping and grinding, just really pushing, taking some of that angle out of it to gain a little bit more speed and pull on him as he gets pushed absolutely bullied through the zone.
Interesting. Jacob might have over left foot braked the 360 part of the track, and that might have messed up Ilner's BJZX 100. But we'll see the outcome of this battle as they are lined up in the reverse order. Jacob Hudgens chasing Ilner Sambayev.
And they come around through that first corner. How will Ilner handle this? Goes for a rather tame approach, kind of floating the car out there, dropping a little bit of tire as Jacob is falling back, not really in the pocket like we've seen him be this year as he starts to work his way up there. A lot of left foot brake from both cars, and Ilner is not really holding that much angle, trying to run away from Jacob, dropping that tire in that last outside zone. As he comes across the finish line, that car looked gripped up, like it did not want to be at big angle.
Interesting. From my point of view, it looked like Ilner's JZX 100 might have been a bit too much gripped up, and he was struggling to keep it nicely close with the same angle as Jacob's F22 in the 360 part of the track. And also he was struggling to catch up on the initiation part, but after that there was a bit of contact between the two drivers for the 360 part, which might have been Jacob's fault for braking too much, I don't know. And coming to the last outside zone, there was a contact between them again, which might have been Ilner's fault. And they flipped around. Jacob was doing a really nice chase, following his line, but we have our votes coming in. Jacob Hudgens advancing to the top 8.
And I can see that one, how that would fall that way, because from initiation, it looked like Ilner was really struggling with that car. It looked like he was fighting to keep that car at angle, and it almost looked like it didn't really want to initiate like how he planned for it to. So it was a lot of scrappy battling from Ilner to keep that car where it was supposed to be, but he just wasn't really able to, both in the lead and chase, he wasn't really able to get the car to angle like he was supposed to. As we have William Santiago and Felipe Santos lining up for our next battle of the top 16. They fire off Santiago in the lead, Felipe Santos in the chase. slow roll initiation from Santiago as he holds that car all the way out to the edge of the zone, really pushing it deep in the zones as Felipe will not be shook. He stays and parks it right there on the door. Low little wavering and mild correction out of Felipe Santos as Santiago went a little deep in that last outside zone.
Interesting. Santiago was doing a really nice lead until some tire drops, and Felipe was struggling in the beginning of the run, but got Felipe's door pretty quickly, coming to the 360 parts, but they are flipped around this time. William chasing Felipe. Let's see.
And Felipe goes for a quick initiation, firing off the tires right on the edge of that course, hanging it out there all the way into that outside zone 2 as he starts to come out a little bit early, pushing back around into that outside zone 4 as Santiago will not be shaken. He said, I want all of the party time. Bumper to bumper on transition, really filling that last outside zone. Santiago might have been a little bit deeper than Felipe as they were absolutely pushing through that zone or through those zones.
You know, the battle is a heater when the chase car is doing a better line and angle than the lead car. And this time it was between Santiago chasing Felipe. He was doing perfect chase line, perfect chase angle, staying on the pocket of Felipe's S15 throughout the whole run, which we want to see. Good job from both of them.
And he really came in no holds barred and just put it on his door. He did not play, did not leave anything in the judge's hands as Santiago gets the win and moves on to our final 8.
And next up, we have Max Jagger and Gavin Main, which is going to be a very interesting battle.
And Gandhi has been putting down consistent runs all day. And it's going to be interesting to see if Max can shake him a little bit as they fire off through that start light, coming around through that no drift zone, lighting off the tires early, going for a big flick initiation, trying to shake Gandhi as he's nowhere in the picture, filling all of that second outside zone, swinging it around. Snappy flick into that third outside cliff in outside zone 4 as Gandhi starts to make up that ground, but he's just a little bit out of the fight as he goes for a late transition to really push it up onto his door into that last outside zone, coming across the line, hitting that last outside cliff as they cross the finish line.
What a lead run. As the judges are saying as well, Max was doing an absolute perfection of a run, while Candy was struggling to keep it on the rear of Max's F22. But we have the flipped
with the road.
The battle. Let's see.
And we got Gandhi coming around, lighting off the tires early. Is he going for a big flick as well? Nice and snappy into that zone. Might have dropped a little bit of tire as he's really hanging it out there. Big angle through that third outside click into the fourth outside zone as he hit a wall. Just pushing it a little bit. Just pushing it a little bit too hard.
I didn't see contact, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't think I saw any contact. We're gonna have to wait for the judges' replays to come around just to make sure. But it did not look like there was any contact on that run. It was just, it might have just been, he overcooked it a little bit. Going into that second outside zone, he was firing on all cylinders, coming around. And yeah, it does not look like there was any contact. It looks like he just overcooked it a little bit, pushed a little bit too hard.
Interesting. Looks like we have Max Jagger advancing to the top 8.
As we have Hassan Selig in his Team Freerider RBS15 versus Benjikin, also from Team Freerider in his F22. And this is one of my fantasy battles for the day, because Hassan has been so consistent all year. It looks like we're gonna get a restart as Hassan jumped the light a little bit there.
I don't think the lights were started that yet.
No, he jumped the light as soon or right before it started.
Oh, interesting.
So it's on. As we have both of the drivers go back to the pits, get some more fuel, just to make it through both of these battles, and we've got them both lined back up at the line. As we're waiting on the lights to extinguish, and he missed the second light.
Interesting.
It is very interesting. He's got 2 strikes now.
Awesome. Told the light before, I think, but not now. But
No, he's firing off as he goes for a big flip initiation off the gate, almost throwing a backy into that second outside zone. As Benjikin not shaken by the angle, just trying to keep it up on that door, showering up a little bit here and there, just trying to keep that proximity as he throws more angle at it. I almost thought he was going to spin as he fills all of that last outside zone with Benjikin plastering the door.
Very nice lead from Hassan. Very aggressive, but Benjikin struggling to keep up a bit, but on the roundabout doing really nice on the chase and finishing the run.
Really fighting to keep that proximity in the chase, but he was holding his own. He would not let Hassan pull a gap on him too big as they fire around through that first no drift zone. Big flick off rip as Hassan parks it right there. Really pushing, a little bit shallower than Benjikin, but he's on him. The blue shadow strikes again as he pushes in that door. Just right on the door of Benjikin. Really trying to hold that angle back, holding the car back a little bit as Benjikin pushes out. Dropping a tire off the edge of the course as he wraps around over that last touch and go and finishes up that run.
Really nice battle between these two drivers. Really nice lead from Benjikin as well. But I think Benjikin dropped a tire coming to the last big outside zone, while Hassan was keeping very consistent proximity on Benjikin's door, maybe matching the angle a bit better than Benjikin did.
And can we just talk about how sweet that initiation was from Hassan. How do you come at it with that big of a flick, throw the car that backwards, and hold it through the whole zone? Hassan is a smooth criminal, and he's coming for the championship. It seems he wants his spot on the podium today.
As he's unofficially advancing to the top 8 with 2 votes from the judges.
It is official. He will be going on to the top 8 as we get ready for our next battle of Liam Akihiko and Tyler Duck. Liam from Team Hashira in his GR86 and Tyler from Team Awake in his M2.
Will be of the top 16 join the server, so they're already pulling to the starting line. By the looks of it, Liam Akihiko is going to lead for Tyler.
Liam will be leading, Tyler will be chasing to start. And given how interesting of a run Tyler had last round in top 32, we're going to be keeping an eye on him to see if he's going to clean up some of those mistakes that he made in the last round. And Liam, we're going to see if he can carry over the consistent performances he's been having over these last few rounds of competition. As the drivers fire off through. Early initiation from Liam as they just compress Tyler right on the door of that GR86 will not be stopped as he's pushing to get into that door. Liam on the outside edge of that track, Tyler maybe a little bit deeper as he goes in and just pushes Liam through that last outside zone, coming through that last outside clip.
Beautiful lead from Liam, beautiful chase from Tyler, but can we just mention how mentally prepared Tyler was handling that initiation, because Liam was, by the looks of it, playing the runaway games with Tyler, trying to put a bit of a gap.
And they were door-to-door compressed on that initiation. Question is, can Liam do the same on his chase run? They go in for a big flick as Liam parks it on his door. Said, I saw what you did and I got something for you. Swinging it back around, just parks it right back on the other door as he's pushing him through that outside zone 4 into that outside clip 5. Bringing it back around, compresses right back in on the door, and it's just pushing him across the line as they both finished it off.
How does it get any better than this? Like, Liam is just so aggressive and so precise. The initiation was just perfection, the whole run. And by the looks of it, we have Liam Akihiko advancing to the top 8. Well done. This was by far my favorite chase today.
And
wow.
You have to have a special level of trust in your lead driver to be able to chase him like that. Just
real contact on coming out of the 360. He was like, no, you're not close enough to the wall. I'm going to put you a bit closer there, but not putting you in the wall. Just perfect.
Just coming through the smoke line and compressing like that, that was immaculate. But we have our next set of battles, both in the A90 Super. We have Kyle Puya and Logan Misch. Kyle from the EF team, Logan from Team Hashira, as they fire off A bit of a slow roll on initiation, but a quick flick back as he rides that midline through that second outside zone, kind of pulling a gap on Logan as he's really holding it all the way out in that zone. Logan starts to get back into the fight now, but is it enough? It looks like Kyle missed a little bit of that clip as he swings back around, filling all of that outside zone. Hold a little bit of a gap on Logan.
Interesting. Look, by the looks of it, Logan maybe stalled up coming to the Manji initiation, and maybe he decided he's going to play the safe games, trying to follow the lines of Logan, but not cutting the track. And let's see how they do in their foot order.
Can Kyle do a better chase than Logan? Another slow roll initiation as Kyle's a little bit out of the fight, starting to close that gap a little bit, but he's not quite up onto the door of Logan as Logan's really filling all of those zones. A little bit of a bobble from Logan in the lead, but shallowed up and dropped a tire, just trying to run away from Kyle.
I think at the end of the run, coming out of the 360, Logan tapped the tire wall, making him straighten up a bit, gaining some speed and being able to fly off Kyle's A90 Supra. But coming to the last outside zone, Logan dropped a big tire, which put him into, let's say, a bit of disadvantage. It looks like Kyle is advancing to the top 8. Well done.
And that was, for lack of a better words, that was a real sloppy battle. That could have been so much better than what it actually was.
But up next is Brett Ortega and Saif Mahdi. Brett leading for Saif.
Both in S chassis. S13 for Saif, S15 for Brett. And we're going to be keeping a close eye on if Saif can hold that car at angle and put it on Brett's door as they come around that first no drift zone, firing off the tires early, going for a big flick from Brett Ortega, dropping those tires in that second outside zone. But Saif will not be shaken, just pushing up onto the door, grinding those tires all the way onto the doors. Brett pushes all the way out to the door. Saif tapping the door. They fill that last outside zone, and Saif coming in a little bit hot. Brett rotating a little bit too much. Who are the judges gonna say that one's on?
Interesting. Brett had a really nice lead until the contact where I think Saif overcommitted a bit. But apart from that huge mistake, he was doing a banger of a chase on Brett's door.
Saif looked like he overcommitted, but it looked like Brett was starting to over-rotate too, so the question is, who are the judges going to deem at fault for that one? As we get both of our drivers lined back up and ready to run, we're going to see...
Forgot that the judges added visa zone to the last exit zone, but let's see.
As they come through, firing off, Saif, big flick initiation, and Brett a little bit shallow on that initiation as he pulls, trying not to lose a gap on Saif. Just really pushing, grinding on the door. Knock, knock, who's there? Brett, and who's here to party? As they push around into that last outside zone, Brett will not be shaken. He said, I put mark on one door, I gotta put one on the other. Bring it back. As wraps it around, and they finish off their run.
Interesting. All I can say is interesting, to be honest, because everyone is so different. Every run is done in a different way. The different style of the drivers make it super fun and entertaining to watch. But the judges are really discussing the contact that happened in the first half of the battle. Saying that it was Chaser's fault when the contact happened.
And that contact could dictate the results of this battle. Depending on how it goes, considering the fact that Saif was back a little bit, but Brett was dropping tires, both drivers making mistakes in that first run. Really trying to push it to the edge of the course, really trying to stretch everything, or stretch it for everything that they have.
Yeah. For me, if I had to judge based off the lead, I would say Brett. If I had to judge based off the chase, I would say Saif until contact.
Another thing is, from the looks of it, just looking at replays, it looks like Saif was at fault. Brett was on throttle. Brett was doing everything that he was supposed to do as the lead driver. So it looks like Saif was just being a little bit too aggressive there in that chase, really trying to compress it in on Brett's door. He knew what type of run Brett was going to do. He knew that Brett was there to party and that he was going to stick it on the door the whole way through. He just pushed a little bit too much, risked it for the biscuit, just that hair beyond where he needed to be.
But by the looks of it, the judges confirmed that it was Saif's fault on the contact. And Brett Ortega is advancing to the top 8, but now we have Rick Spencer and Charlie Thompson.
Both from Team Freerider. Rick in his Mustangs, Charlie in that Escort team. And Charlie. Let's see if he's going to throw down another gangster run like he had in his top 32 Byron. But they fire off through that first no drift zone. Rick kicking it out early, really letting it hang out there, just floating that Mustang, that big Ford Mustang out there as Charlie really just parks it right on that back wheel of the Mustang. Going a little bit shallow, the Mustang having a decent bit of angle, not as much as the judges want to see as he's filling all of the zones. Could have a lot more angle, but he's really just running away from Charlie. And Charlie's doing everything that he can to stay in this fight.
Super good lead. Very, very aggressive initiation by Rick. He was very fast on the run too, running away from Charlie, but the kind of big Mustang chased them with small little edges, so let's see.
And the question is, how deep a water is he going to try and drag him into as he starts off firing off early too? Big flick, filling that zone, really floating it out there on throttle the whole way through as Rick comes through and tries to park that big Mustang on the door of the S14, and he gets it there as Charlie just pushing through, filling all of the zones as he over-rotates. And the contact with Rick happens. They continue through across the finish line, but I think that's going to be all she wrote.
For sure. Another contact on the last outside zone. The king of consistency, by the looks of it, is advancing to the top 8, which was the last battle in the top 16.
And that over rotation really can come back to bite you. But for the drivers who pay attention to the stream, if you can hear me, Rick, I need you to throw a little bit more angle at it, bud. The judges are gonna want to see more angle out of you. That was a tame run. That was a safe run to get through the battle. But you got to risk it for the biscuit a little bit more there, bud. You got to throw some more angle at it. Really let her eat. And the same goes for anyone else. We've seen a few drivers out here today that have really been letting her eat.
Some of the drivers are playing the runaway games to gain some proximity, gain some distance from the chase car. But some of the drivers, which we like better, are doing really nice angle throughout the whole track, making it very easy and very enjoyable to chase. But you know, there's no good chase without a good lead, so drivers sometimes forget that the lead also has a big impact on the judge's decision. You gotta make a clean lead for the chase driver.
And that's one of the beautiful parts about drifting as a sport. It is one of the only sports that where you're going to have, you have to have the help of your competition to beat them. If your competition isn't, if you're not putting out the same level of competition as them, if not better, you're not going to be able to win those battles. You've got to be able to put down a good chaseable lead, something that's got good angle, nice and flowy, and that just keeps on rolling, that the chase driver can stick there or stick on your door to. Whereas when you're chasing, you're trying to use the lead driver as a moving clipping point. You're trying to stick to them. You're not trying to let them go anywhere. Wherever they go, you go. And we've seen a couple of drivers here today that really, wherever you're at, I'm gonna follow.
For sure. Some of the drivers today are really prepared for this round. We could tell by their performance, because they've been putting an absolute banger. Honorable mention was Liam Akahiko chasing down Tyler Doug. That was my favorite chase so far in this weekend. He was putting an absolute insane chase on Tyler's G87.
And Liam has been probably one of the best chase drivers, other than Hassan, for this entire season.
I could easily see Liam winning this round.
And if Liam wins this round, that will be one more step towards him winning the championship. Given the fact that Jacob and Liam are only 20 points apart, or separated by 20 points in the standing for first place, it's gonna be interesting to see who comes out at the top of the podium at the end of this round. And the drivers. Okay. And the drivers have been doing a great job this year. But we are going to take a brief commercial break just to get the server reset and get our ads put out there and done with. But we will be back shortly after this brief commercial break. Do not click away. Hi, and welcome back to our last round of the EF Summer Series Drift event, or Drift Series, sponsored by Vozon and ESDA. We are here going into our Great 8 for the final round of what has been shaping up as a very interesting set of battles. At the line, we have Jacob Hutchins from Team Escuco in his F-22 and Santiago in his New Z from Team ACDC.
Yeah, two really strong drivers this season. Jacob sitting on the top of the leaderboard. Santiago doing very consistently this season. So it's going to be an interesting battle.
Both drivers lined up, ready to go, just absolutely chomping at the bit to get on each other's door. And both drivers also have been incredibly consistent throughout this whole season. Jacob currently sitting at number 1 on the championship standing. Can he hold his spot? Can he win this battle and move on to the final 4? And for Liam, can he make it through the Great 8 into the final 4 to get everything sorted?
Okay, looks like we are facing some technical difficulties.
It would appear that the car on the track was me all along. As we have our favorite color commentator pull up to the line, split the drivers, and a little donut. We have our drivers lined up and ready to go. Both drivers playing little mind games here and there as the lights start to count down and they extinguish. We've got our driver, Jacob, firing through their big flick initiation. No games played. Is Jacob through that first zone, filling that whole outside zone. But Santiago will not be shaken, just parking it in on that door, absolutely pushing in, trying to push Jacob around the track as Jacob hits that last outside clip, swinging it around into that last outside zone. Santiago getting a little lost in the smoke back there, taking the Applebee's a little bit, and they come over the line.
Very, very nice lead from Jacob, very consistent, and also very good lead from William Santiago, losing a bit of proximity on the start and the finish, but catching up in the 360 part doing very nicely.
And with the roles reversed, will it be more of the same, or will Jacob come out and absolutely stick it to him? As they go for a big flick, Felipe really pushing deep into that zone, but Jacob staying in the fight, really just chomping at the bit, trying to get a hold of Felipe, just on the door, absolutely nailing him. A little bit deeper in that zone, both of them starting to drop a tire to that last outside zone as they come around into that last outside flip. Jacob was
correct you. There's no Felipe in this round. It's Santiago.
My mistake.
No problems, mate. But the chase drive from Jacob was beautiful. He knew that if he wants to be advancing to the top 4, he has to do some very aggressive stuff, and he indeed advances to the top 4. Great chase and well deserved.
He came out and did something special. He has been on another one this whole season, and that just goes to show why he is at the top of our leaderboard. As we have Max Jagger and Hassan Salek pulling up to the line, Hassan in the chase, Max in the lead, both from Team Freerider. Let's see if or who's going to take the battle home today as they come around through that first corner. Well, it's a little bit of a late roll for it, but he's going for a big flick, really floating it out there as Hassan just parking it right on the door. From Rip any closer and he would have taken his bumper off as he pushes right back onto the other door. Just transitions and falls right into formation as they both hit that last outside zone. Hassan just nudging the door of that F-22 as they come across the finish line.
We have entered the drifting heaven. Like what is this chase? Like this is unreal. Like how can we do this? Like no words. Perfect chase.
Drifting and Buddhism got one thing in common because both of them are gonna send you straight to Nirvana. As we send the drivers through this, like Hassan in the lead, it's going to be interesting to see if Max can do the same thing as Hassan goes for a pretty big flick, really hanging it out there, a lot of angle as Max falls back a little bit timid. Maybe that initiation spooked him as he comes back in and starts to work his way right back onto the door. Hassan doing a little bit of wavering in that zone as he fills all of that fifth outside clip, coming in, dropping that tire into outside zone 6 as he pushes over the line, hitting that last outside clip.
Now,
really?
This is difficult for the judges because Hassan was doing a very nice lead until I think the roundabout. He was not quite feeling it everywhere as perfect as Max was doing it. But when coming to the outside zone 6, Hassan dropped a big tire, which is a big disadvantage for Hassan's part, while Max was doing a very nice and aggressive chase, not as good as Hassan's chase, but still worth to mention that he was right on the door pretty much everywhere. Was a bit too safe on the initiation, in my opinion, but did a really nice chase throughout the whole track, apart from the initiation. But there were tiny mistakes from both parts. The first half of the battle was almost perfection. Beautiful lead from Max and beautiful chase from Hassan. It doesn't really get any better than that. But when we entered the second half of the battle, Hassan was doing not as perfect lead as Max was doing, and Max was not doing as good as a chase as Hassan was doing. So the dice might have turned in a different way than everybody was expecting it.
Another question could be on that initiation. The judges were talking about maybe Max impeded on Hassan's initiation. That could dictate how this battle falls. That one little point of contention on initiation seems to be causing a lot of issues for people.
Exactly, judges are really discussing this one.
They're really sitting there picking things apart, and this is why the judges get paid the big bucks.
And when there's no decision, there could be one more time. The judges haven't decided yet, but these are the scenarios where I could easily see a one more time, clean it up a bit on the chase on the lead, and have a clear decision.
Yes, there's definitely spots in both drivers' leads where they both made mistakes. Both drivers did make mistakes. The question is, who made more of the mistakes? Both drivers. No, Max only appearing to drop the tire in what was that? Outside zone 6, I believe.
I think it was Hassan dropping the tire, not Max.
Hassan did drop a tire. No, Max came. Yeah, Max, from the looks of it, extended out outside zone 6 just a hair,
Okay.
dropping a little bit of tire, but not as much as Hassan was.
Exactly, but he's dropping a tire and not quite filling all of the zones perfectly on the line. Equal mistake to not being on the pocket all the time, not quite doing an aggressive chase on the door. This is the scenario that the judges are facing at the moment, and they are still discussing it heavily.
And they're going to continue to discuss it for a little while to come, it seems. This is a tough scenario of two pretty good lead runs. Hassan having
like we are going to see them battle one more time.
And that's, I could see that one. There was quite a few little mistakes that both drivers made, extending parts of the track a little bit further than they should have, and just little bits of cleaning up here and there that they both could do. And with fresh tires, fresh fuel, I think they're both going to come out and try and showcase something. Maybe put a little bit extra on it on Max's case, and maybe rein it in just a hair. In Hassan's case, as the lights count down and extinguish, we send off our drivers through the first turn. A bit of a slow roll initiation, but a big flick from Max as he goes deep into that outside zone 1. Hassan compressing it on a little bit of a bobble from Hassan as he hits the bumper and tries to get back into that door of Max Jagger. But will it be enough as he's pushing him through that 4th outside zone? Absolutely parked right on the door. A lot of wobbling back there as he's trying to hold his angle and hold that car back.
Now that's sad, because the judges are saying that Hassan has a 0 on his chase. So all Max has to do is to complete the run without inactive chase, and he is pretty much guaranteed into the top 4.
And with how much it looked like he was fighting that car, that does not surprise me.
Hassan looked like he had to reinitiate after a big mistake.
As they come off through there, looks like we're gonna have a restart. As Max was a little bit late off the line.
Now the question is, are they going to let them pit back for fuel? Because usually these drivers optimize their fuel level just to complete the run and have a little bit left, to save as much weight as possible. It looks like they are going to pit indeed to complete the second half of their battle.
Getting fresh fuel, fresh tires, and getting nice and locked in for this second half of the battle. And the question is Hassan just gonna throw caution to the wind and try and cause a mistake from Max? That will the real deciding factor because I've seen Hassan throw some real crazy initiation as they fire off through that start light around the first corner into the initiation. Hassan firing off right away. Big angle through there as he's pulling a gap on Max. Really just holding it all the way out there. Max not really pushing up on the door. Now he's starting to really fight his way back into the battle, but he's just kind of holding himself back, knowing that he has that big advantage. Hassan coming 2 tires off from the looks of it as he wraps around that last outside zone over the finish line.
Now, we might have seen someone being a bit too excited, a bit too nervous on the track, and by the looks of it, it is Hassan Selig not quite being able to put it just right on the edge of the track in his lead run and doing some mistakes like dropping a tire, coming to the 360 part of the track, dropping 2 tires, which is a huge disadvantage coming onto the last and final clip, while Max was being able to complete the chase run almost perfect, and looks like the judges are saying Max Jagger advancing to the top 4. Well done.
As we have Liam and Kyle pulling up to the line. Kyle in that A90 Super, Liam in that GR86. Both beautiful cars, both amazing drivers. We're going to see if Liam can hold that consistency that he's had all season as he goes for a pretty early initiation. Big flick. A lot of left foot brake as he gets absolutely hammered in that second outside zone. Continues on, pushing through. Kyle shuts it down. Liam just pushing his way through all the way in that fourth outside zone, hitting that 5th outside clip, coming around into the last outside zone. Just pushing her over the finish line.
By the looks of it, for me, Kyle might have stalled up a bit on the starting point on the initiation, and that caused him to end up in the inside of the track, which put him right into Liam's GR86's door.
And it's going to be interesting to see the judges pull up that replay and figure out whether or not Liam was doing what he was supposed to do, because it looked like Liam was on brakes when he got hit. Question is whether he was just doing a left foot brake, which is allowed, or whether he was decelling, which in that zone is not, as they fire through. Kyle going for an early initiation, firing it off, filling all of that outside zone, really getting out there as Liam a little bit back, now finally starting to work his way back up into the battle, pushing in on Kyle's door, but not able to fully close it as he fills that outside clip, coming in the outside zone 6, going real deep into it. But Liam just staying there, not being shaken.
Liam has the GR86 grip up. He might be the fastest man on the grid at the moment. And his lead run was like absolute perfection. Sadly, Kyle couldn't really do a clean chase because of the contact and he shut it down. But when the rows turned around and Liam was chasing Kyle, we actually saw a decent battle. Kyle was putting his A90 Super on the edge of the track almost everywhere. No major mistakes, no major bubbles, but Liam was just there, not allowing Kyle to pull a gap on him. He's like, I'm here for the show, like, I'm not gonna back up. I'm not gonna do a safe chase on you because you made a mistake.
And from the looks of it, Liam was on throttle, putting the car in motion when he got bumped.
Okay, so we have information that Kyle is saying that Hassan Sadiq was leaving the server right when the initiation started on the first half of the battle, and Kyle is saying that his PC lagged, which is super unfortunate. But we have one judge voting for Liam.
That is not the way that you want to go out. Getting hit by a lag spike in the Great 8.
But up on the starting line, we have Brett Ortega and Rick Spencer.
And it looks like the judges are still have not put in their votes. They might. Oh, they have finally put in their votes for Liam to move on to the next round. As we have Brett Ortega and Rick Spencer lined up at the light. Can King Consistency take out the blue blur?
As they are sitting on the starting line, Brett usually is doing a very, very aggressive lead, but Rick doesn't let the lead driver run away.
And they go off through the start light as Brett is leading, Rick chasing. Rick going for a big flick, kind of questioning why he would initiate that early with that much of a gap, but he pulls it back in onto Brett's door, trying to get back into the fight. He's there, but Brett, as he's pushing Brett around through the 360, we come around into that last outside zone, and he just takes him out. Came in a little bit too hot. Rick was trying to party a little bit too hardy on the door of that RBS 15.
Oh no. Remember, there is a DISA zone coming to the last and final outside zone. And by the looks of it, Rick didn't quite DISA enough to avoid contact with Brett.
He knew that Brett had that fast car, and he had to really put it on him, and he just gave it a little bit too much as he goes for a big flick into that first outside zone, really floating it out there, and Brett knocks him off the course this time. Now we have a repeat of what just happened just earlier on in the course.
Maybe was Rick decelerating? Was he not accelerating? Was Brett a bit too aggressive? We don't know. The judges are going to look at. They are surprised as well.
It sounded like Rick was on throttle. It just looked like, to keep that proximity, Brett was running a little bit shallower of an angle and really just parked it on his door.
And this is insane. Like, it shows how easily you can throw away your 100% win rate with one little mistake.
And it's always a battle of inches with these drivers. It's just a matter of who can more consistently balance that razor's edge between tragedy and really fucking cool.
For sure. And one of the judges is saying that he might vote for Rick because he chased down Brett way longer than Brett chased down Rick.
Yeah,
A bit further in the battle.
Rick was able to more consistently put the car where it needed to be and react to what the lead driver was doing than Brett was able to. He managed to hold relatively decently. Some, for the most part, matched the angle, was able to keep it moving throughout the run. Really did park it in on his door throughout that outside zone 4. And
Okay,
coming
we
into
might
outside zone
see
6.
a split decision. One judge voted for one more time. Judges not quite agreeing with each other this time.
Judges
One
are
judge,
having.
one judge voted for Rick and another judge voted for Rick.
It looks like we are going to have Rick Spencer going into the final 4. And we might have one of the judges come out and explain the decision. But from the looks of it, just first, looks like Rick is going to win, going to get the win and move on to the final 4. As we have one of our judges, Zippy, here to explain the decision.
Am I good to go?
Mm-hmm. Floor is yours.
All right, yeah, so basically, in Rick's chase, we did rule him at fault for the contact, but when we flipped it around, we also ruled Brett at fault for the contact, and because Brett's contact was at the very beginning of the run, it just, for a couple of us, it didn't make sense to go one more time there because he caused a 0 way earlier in the run. Ultimately, Rick was able to show more of a run than Brett was. So that's why we went Rick there.
Thank you so much for the explanation. But now we have our first top 4 battle. It's going to be in between Jacob Hudgens and Max Jagger.
And Jacob moving on to the final 4, and Liam moving on to the final 4 has made this interesting all the same, because it could come down to the finals to decide who's going to be top of the podium. From the looks of it, first place and second place are already decided for our summer season of the Effervescent Drift Series. The question now falls to who will come in first and who will have second. Between Jacob and Liam, one of the two of them will be coming out on top today. And from the looks of it,
I could see both of them on top of the podium and on top of the leaderboard at the end of the round.
either one of them could win it today with how they have been driving.
We got Jacob. Yeah.
Yeah, Jacob.
Jacob and Max.
Who else? I thought all three judges put in their vote. So why has the... Rick. Yes, Rick is moving on. As we have both of our drivers at the line, ready to go to just locked in on the line. Both in F-22s. Team Escuco versus Team Freerider. As Jacob fires off early initiation, firing off big flick, really floating it out there into that second outside zone. But Max will not be shaken. He is just pushing onto the door of that F-22. And Max, right there, as Jacob fills that whole outside zone, slinging it back around, and lights off the tires right at the start of the zone, filling that whole outside zone, but cannot shake the shadow of Max Tagger.
This is going to be difficult for Jacob to beat. All I can say that he is going to put 100% of his skill in this battle because the points matter this season for him.
And he is going to, I'm calling it now, he's going to throw down a gangster run. A little bit far back as he goes in for initiation. Coming in hot and heavy on the door, pushing Max through that corner as they swing back around into that third outside clip, hitting it, going deeper into the wall. And Jacob, what has possessed you, man? You're just parking it right on the door. Wherever he goes, you're going to follow as he throws a little bit more angle in Max's car, just pushing him through that last outside zone. Over the line, my goodness. Mama, there goes that man again.
No, this is a run to go in the history books. I'm gonna tell you, like, what a chase from Jacob.
That chase put a smile on my face. He was moving. Came back a little bit, gave him a little gap on initiation, and then just compressed in and said, oh yeah, I like this spot. I'm comfortable here. I'll just stay here for the whole run.
You know, Jacob was there the whole run. Could have been a bit closer on the main initiation, but was right on the door in outside zone 2 on Max's F-22. And boy, when it came to the 360 part, he was like cannot put a finger between the two cars. And we have our decisions coming in. 2 votes for Jacob Hudgens.
And that is a well-deserved victory as Jacob Hudgens gets the win going into the finals. He has put down an absolute heater. He said checkers or wreckers coming into it, and he really meant it.
I mean,
As we have
that's a round to go for the history books. Like no joke.
As we have Liam Akihiko and Rick Spencer pulling up for our last battle of the final 4. Can Rick clean it up and can Liam keep it cool? That is
Team
the
Marshall
question.
versus Team Freerider.
And this is one of the battles to watch as they fire off through that start line. Coming around the corner. Bit of a slow roll initiation, not a big manji, but he really floats it out there as Rick just starts nosing it in on the door of Liam. Liam pushing it all the way to the outside edge of the track, and Rick just bathing in that smoke back there and trying to hold the car back, pushing the door in on that GR86 from Liam Akihiko. As he swings it back around, opens up a little bit of a gap that Rick starts to close, opens it right back up across the finish line, but will we see this more of the same on that role reversal?
Interesting. Rick was struggling to keep up with Liam. Looked like Liam was really great top.
And Liam has one of the quicker cars on grid. That Mustang is set up from the looks of it, to be stylish, but not super quick as he goes through for a big swing initiation, really hanging it out there, all the way out there to the edge of the track as Liam kind of a little ways back, bumping into Rick. Oh my goodness. The championship implications of this battle.
Wow. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this was Chaser's fault. He was getting a bit too aggressive coming to the 360. But the judges have to look at the replay because maybe Rick was, I think I saw that Rick was a bit too outside, dropping a tire on the dotted line, coming to the 360, and maybe he dieseled or just didn't accelerate as much as we would like to see. That made Liam crash into Rick and put Rick into the hole.
From the looks of the replay and the eye in the sky, which is the truth serum, it looks to be that Rick was on throttle, still giving her the beans, still not decelling as he was coming through there. It looks like Liam just got a little bit too, I guess the nerves got to him. He came in a little bit too hot. It looks like he was coming in hot, heavy, and shallow, and he just didn't really have anywhere to go, didn't have enough time to pull that e-brake and really settle the car like he wanted to, and did not want to have Rick pulling any more of a gap on him than he did, because Rick was pulling a gap on him through that whole second outside zone, and Liam was having to cut the track a little bit, you know, shallow up the angle, do some funky things in the chase just to be able to keep up with Rick. And
Exactly.
that could be the deciding factor.
And as I'm reading the judges' chat, they are putting the fault to Liam, causing the contact between the two drivers. So the championship might have been over for the top three.
Depending on how things fall. Again, not a judge here, not a professional, not one to make predictions. I'm just talking about implications here. If Liam is fully deemed at fault for the contact, that will mean that Jacob Hutchins will be the champion of our 2025 Summer Series.
Not so quick, not so quick. One of the judges puts the fault to the lead car. As I'm reading the judges' chat.
But then I'll say, this is not a definitive, because this battle could still go either way depending on who is deemed at fault. But if Liam does lose, then unofficially,
And
Jacob will have won.
One of the judges are saying pretty much what I was thinking about, that the lead driver was a bit slowing down because he was offline, dropping a huge tire coming to the 360.
And it looks like we are going to be getting a very split decision from our judges.
But no split decisions this time. Liam Akihiko advances to the finals.
Unanimously, no less. That is interesting.
This is not what I was thinking about.
I did not see that one coming either. But with that battle taken care of and out of the way, we have our consolation battle for third place between Rick and Max. question now will be, who's going to get the win? Will Rick be able to hold it together and hold that big beast of a Mustang back just enough to put it on Max's door, or will Max just have a little bit too much for him?
We shall find out. The king of doing the perfect leads and the king of consistency, battling it out.
As we send the drivers off the line, we're going to have a clean start. Big click from Max off Rick, as Rick just parks it right there on the door, not playing any games. Max filling that outside zone, as we have Rick bathing in smoke, pulling around bumper to bumper. You could not slide a card in between them on that transition, as Rick bumps him a little bit further outside than he wants to be, but they make it both across the line clean.
By the looks of it, Rick did the same thing that happened in the battle between Leah and Rick. He was not decelerating enough coming to the last big outside zone, but overall, good job from both of the drivers.
It's looking like he's just overdriving that car a little bit. He gets lost, or he gets a gap pulled on him, lost in the smoke, and trying to make up that ground, it just comes back to bite him just a little bit towards the end, usually. But we send our drivers off, as we might have a restart. It looks like Max had a failure to launch.
No, the starting line is on the track. So you have to reposition the starting light in order to have a safe track for both of the drivers, no crashing into the hitbox of it. And looks like our starting line has to rejoin real quick. So maybe give us a minute and we will be back for the second half of our battle.
Somebody banished the starting light to the shadow dimension. That's what happened. As we have both of our drivers back to the line, I believe we're going to send both of our drivers back to the pit so that they can have fresh fuel and fresh tires for this final portion of the battle. We've got both drivers back on the line, back ready to battle. And the question is, will we get a clean battle out of this second half of our third place battle? Or will we have more of the same? Find out on the next week's episode of Dragon Ball Z. We've got our light ready at the start line. We have our drivers ready to send it. They know that this is their last event for the season, their last hoorah in these cars for competition until our next season kicks off. But they are here to party. Checkers or wreckers, they're going to push these cars to the absolute limit of where you can take them, and see what they get left on the track with. Nope. As we wait for the start light to tick, I'm not sure if the lights have run yet, but even I'm not seeing them. All right, as we send them through, Rick going for a big flick into that first outside clip, floating it out into that outside zone too as Max starts to pull around onto his door. Flicking it back around. Nasty angle is Rick holding through that zone, but Max will not be shaken, putting those white wheels right on the door of Rick Spencer as he swings it back around into that last outside zone. Max a little shallow, but he's holding that proximity and really pushing Rick to get faster as they come over the finish line.
They're doing a pretty safe lead, I could say, but Max is not letting him run away from him. Now, we saw a bit of contact in the first half of the battle, if I remember correctly. Is Rick putting some pressure on Max's door, coming into the second to last transition. But overall, we are going to look at the replay because probably most of us forgot what happened in the first half of the battle. But the judges might work here anonymously, and they are saying that when the contact happened on the second to last corner, it was the chaser's fault, which was Rick Spencer at the time being.
And it will be interesting to see how the judges deem this battle to go after that contact. We have one vote.
Max.
From the looks
For
of it,
Max.
officially Max Jagger gets third place in the final round of our summer series. As we get ready to line up our final set of drivers, Liam Akihiko in his GR86 and Jacob Hudgens in his F22. Both drivers have been on it.
Remember, I was saying that how cool would it be for the top two drivers in the championship to battle it out in the finals? Now it's happening.
And this battle will dictate who goes home with that first place trophy.
Good luck for both of the drivers. We know that like any of the drivers have the championship in their hand.
But these drivers are 1 and 2 as they fire off big flicks through that opening initiation. Coming in, Liam right on the door. He'll be a little bit closer, but he's pushing up, trying to make sure that Jacob knows that he's there. Just trying to knock on that door as they come through that fourth outside zone. Door to door, wing to wing, side to side. As Liam bumps wheel to wheel with Jacob, will that come into play? Is the question.
Very nice run from both of the drivers. Jacob dropping a tire on outside zone 2, if I saw correctly, but Liam being a bit too aggressive, coming to the second to last transition, bumping into Jacob. But this battle can turn for any of the drivers' favor. Let's see.
But with a chase like that, Jacob's gonna have to come out and put something special on this course if he wants to get the win. As Liam comes through, roasting him off quick. Going big angle as Jacob hits him. Earlier on in the track, they continue on. Hits him in the same way that Liam hit him earlier on. in the earlier battle as he's pushing in Liam's door. Knock, knock. Who's there? That big F-22 wrapping around, topping the wheels, pushing him through that corner as they
Jacob
come
made
around
the
and
same mistake at the same place as
but
Liam.
pushing in for a gangster dive across the line, putting wheel to door across that finish line.
Now the question is that was Liam not accelerating as much as we wanted to see coming to the second outside zone, or Jacob was a bit too aggressive there? The judges are going to watch the replay to have a better look at it, to decide who is bringing the win home.
And that battle could have gone so many different ways. There was so many moving parts in that battle, both drivers putting down an absolute heater of a lead run. In that first outside or that second outside zone, Liam having a little bit of a gap between him and Jacob, but Jacob not fazed by Liam pushing in, making little dives. Liam having a little bit shallower of an angle than Jacob having throughout most of that run. But at the same time, during Liam's lead, he fired off and was roasting them early. Most times when we've seen drivers fire off the tires that early, they're starting on the outside of the track, but Liam was in the middle of the track. And from the looks of it, going into that second outside zone, he had a lot of angle, which might have caused him to choke up a little bit. Pushing through that fourth outside zone, Jacob was right on his door, really knocking him around. Coming into the last outside zone, even then, the contact did not disrupt the lead driver too much.
Maybe Liam was putting a bit more angle than the normal on the outer zone 2, which might have been the cause of the contact there. But we are no professional judges here. We just commentate you guys what we are thinking.
We just enjoy drifting.
And by the end of it, we have 2 zeros.
It looks like we might be sending these drivers back one more time to clean up the little mistakes that they both had.
Can Jacob win his 3rd event in this season, or Liam is going to bring the first place trophy home? We shall find out.
And again, the championship implications of this battle are there. Whoever wins this battle, But Dino says that whoever wins this battle is going to be the champion of this series. But the question will be, who's going to come out on top? Who made less mistakes than the other driver, or did both drivers make comparable enough mistakes for us to send it back one more time and let them try and clean up the little mistakes that they were making here and there?
As I'm reading the chat, the judges' chat, we might see them battle one more time. They are still discussing it.
For those of you on YouTube, we have a poll to vote on which way you think this should go. The judges have stated that it will be a one more time. But go ahead down in the poll and decide on who you think should have won that battle. As we have both of our drivers pulling back up to the line to clean up those little mistakes that they were making and really put down a heater to see who's going to take home this champion. As the drivers are lined up, the lights extinguished, let's get ready to send them for this final battle one more time. Jacob fires off the tires early, lighting for a big flick, really floating it out there to the edge of the zone, but Liam will not be shaken. He heard what the judges said and said, "You're not getting away from me this time." As Jacob pushes all the way out to that wall in that fourth outside zone, coming around, hitting that fifth outside clip, going into the sixth outside zone, really pushing, but Liam just trying his best to stay on Jacob's door the whole way through. Not quite knocking on the door like Jacob was doing in that first run, but he was really pushing him.
For sure he was. Jacob was doing like a 99-point run. It would have been a tiny bit deeper on outside zone 6, but this was absolute perfection. He was on the edge on every zone.
As they fire around through that start light, coming through for possibly our last battle of the night. Big flick from Liam, hanging it out there again. Some contact from Jacob as it looked like Liam was coming out of angle. Jacob falls back in to the pocket of Liam Akihiko. He says, "I saw what you did. Let me rub a little rubber on you." Comes back around and gets that transition just perfect this time, giving him a little bit of space in the zone as he parks it right on his door across the finish line.
Aggressiveness, 10 out of 10. Like, no words for it. And by the looks of it, Liam was a bit messy coming to outside zone 2, making a big bubble coming out of angle. But the judges are gonna look at the replay to really know what happened there.
From the looks of it, Jacob had a good initiation, filled that outside zone too perfectly. Came through, got a good initiation, rode that white line all the way through outside zone and that outside clipping point, just filling all of it. Liam was on his door, but he was not all the way there. Whereas when Jacob was in the chase, from the looks of it, Liam might have had a little bobble on initiation. Yeah, he had that same bobble on initiation that he had in the first run that caused the that was the contact. And
I'm looking at the replay when Liam was firing to the outside zone 2 and coming out of angle, he was losing speed. And
you can
usually on that part, you stay on one speed or maybe accelerate, getting speed. But this time, Liam was actually losing speed. Maybe not full on throttle, but out of angle, the bubble is making him lose speed, which might have been the cause of the contact.
From the looks of it, Liam was doing a lot of left foot braking. That might have disturbed it enough, and I could not see. It looks like Liam might have dragged bumper on that tire wall in outside zone 4, causing him to come out of angle.
But we have 1 vote for Jacob, 2 votes for Jacob. Waiting for the third judge.
3 votes
So
for
he
Jacob.
drops.
And it looks like Jacob Hudgens will be the winner of this event, as well as the first place victor for our summer series Effervescence Summer Drift Series.
Good job from both of the drivers. They really did their best.
So the track are the one making it happen. So amazing drivers this season. Congrats to our winner for this round. We will be updating the leaderboard, and then I'm gonna connect with the winners for the prize. We also had a prize for the driver with the most improvement throughout the season. So we'll follow up with all of y'all, and I hope to see you next season. We're already started to work on it, so stay tuned. Should have some details soon. But anyone wants to say anything? Else we're gonna take a picture if you guys don't mind staying there.
I just want everybody to know y'all came out and put the butter on the track because that was slick as hell.
Yeah, thank you. It definitely was a tough round today.
Dude, you were on a heater all day.
I didn't really practice that much, to be honest. Same as last round. I guess I need to practice less to score higher.
Yeah, keep yourself out of your head and just get you your wins.
Think no, never mind. I made live. That was yeah. That was an eventful one.
Alright guys, well thank you so much. I took some picture, so I appreciate y'all. Thanks for joining the season once again, and stay tuned for the results, leaderboard, all of that. And see you soon.
Wonderful.
All right,
Have a great evening.
Y'all too.
Thank you.